I am back. Here to play more video game. And maybe work on my little application. Perhaps. Guess while I'm here, it's possible I'm talking to you. Funny little waving man. Days. Impossible. But let's see by itself. My audio is so shit. Hello, little pixie. Alien. Let's get a little ping pong going just for emotional support. Yep. Some leaf names. Do not remember. It's like 50. Five. 50. Let's go random size tips. 6th, 3rd. Oh, excuse me. Hmm? 450. 475. 460. That's 450. Hey, yeah. Correctly sized. Weighted down. But great. Little pink box. Trimming some edges. What's these flowers? Good. Hop on, John. It's my palm. Just what the hell? Spooky man. Bum, 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 bum. Stupid email. Right, start quest. Get like a splinter or some shit in my palm. Ouchies. Boom, 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 boom. Look at it. desk wood is starting to plucked. Yep. Should have just gone through the cave. Path anyways. What's happening? You don't want to watch your stupid emotes game. Done tending to the crops already. Very good. Should not be long before your room is ready. Runa. What's happening? Woods, pant, sin eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Sliverbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. Sir, what of Tadia's heartstone? Must be retrieved before the service. All the times for sin eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beast down, but if they indeed have the touch, we'll not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was that you said about a stone? A few days passed. Tadia, child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the knights blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral, as an offering to the heavens, but now... What if I could find it for you? I've experienced fighting sin eaters. The light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Montoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need, and I can help. Please, let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thangrid. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll go with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. I can't fly anymore. There, the Sin Eaters. I was hoping there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. What do you propose we do? Fighting them together here would make a lot of noise. It might attract beasts or other eaters. If we fought them separately and quietly, we might not have to worry about that. Alright then, I'll draw one away while you handle the other. Seems like kind of a dumb plan. Whatever. I didn't care about this thing. want anymore. Hey, she did it. One last night of this guy. Up to. You're from Sliver. Wow. Arthur must have sent you then. I was fine until that damn beetle. It's only a scratch, but I'm starting to feel numb, and my vision's growing clouded. Worst of all, I dropped my only vial of serum somewhere in these damned woods. Could you find it for me? How'd you do? Fluffy. There you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. Yeah. I am fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that heartstone. You said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Bum, bum. Isle of Leaves. Mind Maker. Oh. Wonder if I get rid of all my... It's beautiful. This has to be it. No, Thancred always said you were a man of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. You should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. There you are. Did you find it? Thank you. Should be fine now after a bit of rest. What were you thinking coming back here? Could have been killed. I had to, Farthy. For my father. Alright, well, have fun with that. Swoop. Thank goodness you are safe. I'd begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it. Proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the sin eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Tadia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Buffy and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away. We helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave. They really needed our help. There were sin eaters. As long as he accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me, and it's telling me now that Fluffy has business with us. Something the matter? They asked us to attend the service. Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Yeah, chocobos. Beep, beep, beep. Elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul unto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
How am I gonna do that?
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
Should like to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact. Orionje and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift. Our next course of action is now clear. Do I continue increasing this gear? So I'll just come back and do the thing in the future. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire. It was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into Ixmaja? Indeed we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove himself an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the rune's protectors to grant us safe passage. Problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan text and translations into a more modern dialect, which came into us after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here in Sitya, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the children of the everlasting dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I am afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. Were it to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Alright, I'll stay here until you return. It won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. Encampment we seek is to the north. It would be foolish to simply rush in. Guard has been posted. Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has aught to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There's a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them into the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Look at Jin saying out. Less dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we, too, had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You're an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then. My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange. What have you seen? First, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. Then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They'd been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? Could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Okay. Set them loose on the nests, and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. With a mischievous plan. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit. Once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. Two will suffice, I should think. Hello. It's going. Oh, me too, actually. Oh, yeah? Let's sell job crystals. I don't know what that means. Oh, they sell. So, like, you can get your class. Is it just like a souvenir little thing? It's pretty cool. Children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance which leads to the spider's nest. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Do you have phone reception out there? Makes sense. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps. We should be able to toss the bag through. Though, we should probably loosen the ropes, keeping it closed, enough that it falls open when it lands inside. Yeah, I do the honors. That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees by the abyss, they're everywhere. Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders. Sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Ishtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. Shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you are both ready. Art of the Everlasting Dark. How many guys were here before they were drawn away from their posts? Want of scenes. Just this is a chamber for prayer. At very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. Yes, this is it. Oh, be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. At second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. It would behoove us to learn all that we can. Red man. Mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. I guess this is a creature of shadow? The mirror appears to be very old. The rulers sit atop a throne, attended by their subjects. The mirror appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded.
these paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this. There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it, slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was, but he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends, a tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself? I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Fluffy, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand. Perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Let us hurry to Slitherbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you will be the first to know. Aren't you Fluffy? Master Matoya speaks quite highly of you. Sure, you're more important things to concern yourself with, but I need help, and there's no one else I can turn to. It's my friend, Quinfort. Ever since we were young, he's always excelled in the arcane arts. In fact, even now he's in training to become a priest of the Knights Blessed. Perhaps the greatest of his gifts is clairvoyance, but I fear it's taken a toll on his mind as of late. He's always been different, but not like this. He's changed, frighteningly so. Others think him no stranger than usual. They're wrong. and I mean to prove it. You don't know him like we do, which is precisely why I'd like you to talk with him to get an objective opinion on the matter. Assuming we find out what ails him, I hope there's a way to cure it. Luffy, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya to Woven Oath. No sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. But she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready.
Strange. The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? The blessing may spare him the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. He is not as he was in the Source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that he has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help! The Yulmorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Gilmore.
Lord Forthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been?
Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling warriors of darkness, they have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers. So I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because
Pretty cool
this
line.
hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king, nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin-Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome. And we will, once we eliminate the Sin-Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now. And the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making? Or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord Forthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, You will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception! What? How did he... Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Guard hath been afflicted with a most terrible and efficacious poison. Have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. Present can but slow the poison's advance. Pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the blessed? How have they taken the news of Ilmore's generous proposition? With anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered it a convocation of all the knights blessed, that we might consider their ultimatum. I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We will not, cannot, abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Fluffy's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Ilmoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Raktika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done. Unless, of course, you've finally deciphered that tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Imaja. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate. One course lieth before us. We are villains, are we not? Good. I leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater rooms not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Then this should prove a simple task for you. The runes we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi Mekta. While you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. Ha 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 ha. As foretold by the will of the wood, we meet at last. I've been expecting you, Fluffy. It's my twin. Shh, no one else must hear of this. Not yet. My dreams are plagued with visions of the future. Calamity is upon us, and each night I witness our impending doom. But hope is not yet lost, for the dreams speak to me of a savior in the form of a great serpent. It was revered as a god in the days of the Ronkin Empire, and I believe it yet lives in the Great Wood, waiting to be roused from slumber. It has many names. Many would call it the Protector, some the Great Destroyer. The will of the wood demands I find this great serpent. It is our only hope of salvation. I have been chosen, Fluffy, to be the savior of Slitherbow. So this is where you two have been hiding. Now that you've gotten to know one another, what do you think? His dreams are an ill omen. You believe him? Oh dear, I fear I've made a terrible mistake. Please don't tell me you too have communed with the will of a star or some such nonsense. Valen, please, we are in the midst of a most important discussion. When you first began talks of these dreams and delusions, I held my peace, but I won't let you drag anyone else into this. Such narrow-minded thinking is why only I have been chosen by the wood, by the great serpent. Yes, Goldfort, whatever you say. You've mocked me for the last time, Valen. I will summon the great serpent this very day and prove to you the truth of my visions. Gwynfort, wait, where are you going? To meet with misfortune would likely bring him to his senses, but he's my friend, and I can't stand the thought of him getting hurt out there. Will you help me look for him? If anything should happen to him, I'll never forgive myself. Well, there, I think I see him. Enough, Gwynfort. Even you should recognize the danger of wandering off alone in these woods. Ha 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 ha. Really have gone mad, haven't you? Mock me all you like, Valen. But now you will bear witness to the truth with your own eyes. Behold, the divine protector of Ronka, the great serpent of legend. No, it can't be. Hiss. Oh, hell yeah. That's the great serpent? I see nothing great about that. That is it exactly. I refuse to believe that is a serpent. Please tell me you're joking. Ah, ah, ah. Do not be jealous, Valen. The will of the wood works in mysterious ways, and this serpent is the key to our deliverance. O great serpent, I beseech you, grant me the strength to defend the Knights Blessed, to stay the impending calamity that threatens the great wood. Scree! Can't believe this is happening. Look, if you want to keep that thing as a pet, I won't stop you, but we really should return home. No, you're right. To remain here any longer could place the great serpent in danger. The question is, how do we transport it? I will not stand to see the great serpent debase itself, crawling on its belly like a snake. Just pick up the damn thing and let's go. By the abyss, Fallon, show some respect. I should be the one to carry it, but I fear I'm yet unworthy of such a burden. But you could protect the great serpent from the threats of the great wood, be they beast or sin-eaters. And now you mean to drag Master Matoya's guest into your schemes. What will the others think when he walks into Slitherbow, hoisting that thing about? Here, put it in this sack. I will do no such thing. It's clean, dry, and most importantly, you can bring it into Slitherbow unnoticed. Fine. Listen, Flev, the fate of the Great Wood quite literally rests in your hands. It goes without saying we can't afford any mishaps. I suppose we've no choice but to help him. I'll go ahead and find a place to keep his pet away from prying eyes. Deliver the snake-filled sack to Valen in Slitherbow. We'll have 150 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to starting location. Again anew. Tread carefully, Fluffy. I will follow shortly after. It is the perfect snake. Is it a snake, or is it a caterpillar? You should be safe, for now at least. Let's have another look at that great serpent, shall we? Good work, you two. Oh, can you believe it? The divine protector of the Great Wood, here in Slitherbow. Within a sack of burlap did the champion carry the divine beast, and beneath the slithering boughs of the great wood did they find shelter. Chapter 31, verse 5, in the Gospel of Quinfort. Pay him no mind. He's merely referring to his dream diary. For the last time, it is not a diary. Have you forgotten how the Gospel foretold the events of that fateful day 2 years ago? How can I when you remind me of it every day? You continue to doubt me, but soon you'll see. Together the great serpent and I will save this village and all of the Great Wood from oblivion. Scree scree. What have we gotten ourselves into? Hope you're satisfied now that your new pet is safe here in Slitherbow. Scree! And thank you, Fluffy. I now understand what's been troubling my friend all this time. I fear this might strain our friendship, but I don't believe this is something we can't overcome. Take care, and may the shadows keep you. Wait. Please, Comfort. There's no need to involve him in this any longer. I've been giving thought to the Great Serpent's chosen form, and I think I now understand why it chose to present itself to us in this way. Look closely at the pattern of its scales. I believe they represent the network of currents by which aether flows through Raktika, the very life force of the Great Wood. And there, the scar that intersects them, there on its belly, it's an omen of the coming calamity that would disrupt the flow of life in the Great Wood. Comfort, stop. It's just a scratch, probably from a rock as it slithered, or rolled, or did whatever it does to make its way through the forest. All these signs, and still he refuses to see. Like all the others, if the Great Wood is to be saved, it's up to us. I can only assume you remain at my side in the hopes of receiving some generous compensation. If that's what it takes, so be it. The scar on the Great Serpent's belly calls to mind Lozatl's conquest. That is where you will find the source of this ill omen. Bring it to me, and you will have the reward you seek. I should remind you that he's still only an apprentice. I wouldn't expect much, if anything, for your troubles. This is what happens when you spend too much time around interesting individuals. Still, I can't deny that life would be boring without it. There you are, ready for a swim? Seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins, beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature, considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood, an arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others, each equal in rank. Girl, the colibri, the oppo, and the wolf, characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the oppo, rival thy kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. Tablet says naught of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments. Alas, hopefully all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. Why does she have a... Oh. Ronkins are very tall. Door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. Take it and secure it inside your clothing. Find it. This medallion bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the seal of Ronco. Well done, Fluffy. We can begin our preparations to enter Yusmaja in earnest. Got some Edis energy on my sword now. Bearing this seal, it should be possible to enter Yusmaja unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Run, elephant, run! Something in the water catches your eye. You brush away the dirt and find a charm of some sort. Gunfort will no doubt be interested to see what you found. Forest flamingo. Come, Fluffy. Show me what you found. Could it be a charm of some sort? It was exactly where you said it'd be. Then that means your visions were... Now, do you believe in the Great Serpent? Fine. The Great Serpent is real. More importantly, that charm seems familiar. I think I've seen the children use them for their incantations. Yes, I'm sure of it. My father once found one while hunting in the woods. Memory serves. They can be used to invoke powerful fire spells after absorbing enough ether by the abyss if they plan to use them to siphon the Great Wood's life force. My vision will at last come to pass. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Don't you realize how serious this is? That flow of ether you were talking about converges here at Slitherbow, doesn't it? It's why we have that large aetheryte outside. If the flow is disrupted, our crops would wither, the land would be rendered barren, animals would die. It would mean the end of our village, and all of Raktika would likely follow. O Great One, I beseech you once more, grant us the strength and the wisdom to avert this terrible crisis. Scream, scree. Seeing them like this makes the whole thing seem like nonsense. But there's no denying Quinfort has been right about what would happen this far. We have to figure out what the children are up to before it's too late. The will of the wood would see us bring Slitherbow and all of Raktika back from the brink. O Great Serpent, show us the way. Show us how we might deliver our people from certain destruction. Scree! Shh, if anyone sees that thing, they're going to kick it out of the village. Then where would we be? We have precious little time to concern ourselves with the others. What's more, the Great Serpent has blessed us with another sign of what's to come. What is it this time? Behold the scales of its belly, and you will see the scar that marked Lozatl's conquest has vanished. However, a new scar has appeared closer to its tail. The children would threaten another site of great power, and judging by the shape of this scar, I have no doubt it is near Dyer's Wash. They must be stopped. A agreed, though I fear only one of us is actually up to the task. Are you certain about that scar? I didn't see anything of the sort on its tail. At any rate, I think it'd be for the best if we went to investigate. We've already found proof the children are up to something. It would be foolish not to press further. Perhaps the will of the wood will give us another sign while you're away. That's a big monkey. Grass man. Fool, you cannot stop us. He defeated our spiders. Let us away. There is still work to be done. Children of the everlasting dark have escaped into the woods. Give chase that you might learn more of their schemes. Mushy mush. Why did I target my capybara? Among the children's belongings, you find a scroll detailing their plans to cleanse the forest. You are returned, though that is no surprise. I entreated the gods for your protection with a hymn from the Gospel of Quintfort. They would not, could not, deny my plea. Scree, scree, scree! Shadows give me strength. Fluffy, were you able to find anything? Coordinated strike to cut off all flows of ether to Slitherbow. Beggars belief that they could love the forest so, yet be so blind to its needs. We need no further proof of what the children are up to. You have to tell the others, defend the sites they mean to befoul, and destroy those magic containers. Explaining how we came to know all this will prove difficult, of course, but I'll not see all your hard work wasted. We must also give thanks to the great serpent who first sensed the children's ill intent, divine protector who thought us worthy vessels to carry out its work. My heart swells to know the will of the woods smiles upon us so. Your pet, the great serpent, is gone. It was here just a moment ago. We should go look for it. No, my friend, the great serpent has fulfilled its duty in protecting the great wood, and so it returns to slumber. Is that so? Perhaps it really was the great serpent. If you truly mean that, Val, then perhaps you are ready to learn the truth of its origins. And I would start from the very beginning. It begins with a sizable crystal in Lake Tusi Mekta, we know as Fruit of the Protector. If the legends are true, it dates back to a time preceding the Empire of Ronka. There he goes. I suspect I'll be getting an earful for the rest of the day. But I think our work here is finally done. I wish there was some way I could pay you for all your help. Though I should probably go while he's still swept up in his lectures. Take care, Fluffy. Hopefully we'll meet again soon. Though this is largely an assumption based on my visions noted in chapter 2, verse 17 in the Gospel of... Come back here, Violet. I still have to tell you about the serpent's influence on the founding of Ronka. I don't know why that was a blue quest, but okay. Good, you're here. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Yixmaja. presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the Woods Protector to find me when last I came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now, let us seek out the Warden and put an end to its reign over these woods. Gives him a look.
It would seem we have found them.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
Wait! We did not come to!
Kung Fu Yushtola.
Stop! We mean you no harm!
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
She can move like that.
Then perhaps there is yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
Oh, I'm gonna stray. Can't tell me what to do.
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us? But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Never seen a wood bomb before. Would have the seal, that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plain it was made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronk. I am Almet, chieftainess of Fanamo. Uimet, her younger sister. Simet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. Beg your pardon. These are troubled times for my people. Though I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village, though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the 4th floor, so do watch your step. Bum. This way, what is your name? Fluffy. And this is a common name nowadays. How times change. I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. Bearers of the seal, you have a right to know what became of the Empire, and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the Palace Guard, which served under the last Emperor, and to this day we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of His Eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command, we have remained in the Raktika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's rooms, and wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We V's would easily live to see 3 of your elven lifetimes. We were also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now by now is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited. You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Sister, we are glad of your presence here in the Great Wood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours should you wish it. Need only ask. You come in search of the Light Ward. My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Uimet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not these past 30 summers. 30? That would mean, how old are you exactly? Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. We have leave to speak with the other V's, then. But of course, we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear it while there is yet time to act. Got to click on this thing. Loimit. We search for the Light Warden. Cannot say I have ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the runes, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Light Warden? No, I have not seen it. I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters, how they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring its next meal. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire, my sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It's the Warden you wish to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fanau, she lived in a village near Raktika Falls, until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger, for one thing. But what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Light Warden. Your exchange with Corrail has taught you something about the Light Warden's possible whereabouts. was not my intention to pry. Your voices carry far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. Patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. I pray the others were able to provide what I could not. Near Rakatika Falls. Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. Never heard of this Rakatika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of East Maya. Just so, but the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be at great peril to you and your companions. Seems like it was always obvious where whatever. The Kitana Ravel, temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to Kamul Astropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Kitana Ravel can be opened. This may sound a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting. That we might not be tempted, the means to do so were withheld from us. We can but show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us then, shall we? We've no time to waste. Let us be about it then. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at Mul Astropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Uranger and Thancred and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Rakatika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Uimet, Simet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not but that Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. Bum, 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 bum. What you seek lies in the heart of the Gmul Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Astropolis. As I live and breathe, an ally of Ronka. Just so happens I have a vital task I would entrust to none other. Our V's on patrol require new raiments, and I would have you deliver them to them at bow rest. They should be expecting you. I pray there will not be a repeat of your incident with Chieftainess Island. Able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Raktika. Beyond them is the great pyramid of Usnea, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid, though I know not how. That is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. Indeed another puzzle, but for blessing it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way into the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These runes are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter, you will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here, I had thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Take an impression of the writing inscribed on the wall. Climb up all 4. It's obnoxious. Wamu. Y'all have the exact same broken stairs. Trust you made good use of those clay tablets. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you've found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I'd assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Amit and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with either. Question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Come together, bear the fall. Given your talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose a statue. Oh. Examining the crow statue, you notice it is facing away from the serpent statue. Serpent statue is facing away from the crow statue. It's facing towards the woods. Towards the Great Pyramid. Toward the wolf. Towards the opal. After you've selected a statue, I'll imbue it with the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? Might I hear the riddle? Here, come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze, forever fall. What? No. Share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. So it's mark the crown, heed its call. So mark the crown towards the thing. Which one was the one that goes towards the thing? Owl. I think it's owl. Alright, I pray this works. The ether has been absorbed. Really do have a talent for these things. Here. The way should be clear now. Come, let us... Someone approaches. Sister. Sister. Simon? What are you doing here? What has happened? Ilmoran soldiers. They have entered Ishmaya. Ilmoran soldiers? And what of the blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Ilmorans had little interest in Slitherba, or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Ymaya upon finding it. Together with Thancred, Ilmet, and some others have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Umet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins or Fanau. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Ilmorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now. Time is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramid. Now these owls. Maybe a puzzle? Boss fight for later. Switch should be through these doors, and the confessional of Tupasa, the elder, but why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? Indeed, the second statue is likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. I'll take this chamber to the south, Fluffy the one to the east. I'll search the chamber to the west. Mi casa tu pasa. I've looked everywhere and... Wait, is that... statue? Found it. Looks light enough. We need but return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. Trap them, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely, caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver this statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes, distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Alright then, we will meet you at the door to the confessional of Tupasa, the Elder. Two minutes. Is there a reason for me to go around the long way? There is, I don't know what it is. Successfully deliver the statuette to the altar. The statue is returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can see aether flowing to the door now. Pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. You are but one step from entering the Kitana Rally, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will open to you. Path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Fluffy, while time is yet on our side. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch, the most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Fluffy and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. Alright, Fluffy, the sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Shall we get this over with? Must hurry before the Irmoran soldiers gain any ground. Okay. Wait, do you see those sentinels? They're made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It said no. Said to be seen by them and bad. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Get cursed, nerds. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood? There are soldiers somehow made it past my sisters, no doubt on their way here. The more reason we should hurry then. Another sentence. This movement is somehow different from before. Somehow. I'm playing Zelda. Massive. How are we to get around them? We'll draw their attention with the glamour. Will not last long. The moment they are distracted, we must run with all haste. Patient device. This should end well. There is no turning back. Fluffy, Ahmed, can anyone hear me? We have been sent to separate chambers. This mist poison, and it has nullified my magic. These markings on the floor. I think they show the way out. Whee! Trying to get to the red one. Okay. Finally, fresh air. How fare you two? You have to keep moving. Somehow, we were still in one piece. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. It's a giant boulder time. What was that noise? By the gods. Run! There, that crevice in the wall. Run! How did they get so many rocks in this place? Well, there is no going back now, for it is not much further. Sister, they've reached the temple. I fear they are too fast for us. Careful of the traps inside. We are nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpace the V's. What is his men? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. No end to this place. I pray that trap was the last. Cursed it. Another door. Wonderful. Can't but imagine what awaits us inside. There you are. Damn. He's fast as hell.
Away with you!
That's strong. Movement silent, you know what to do. Pathetic. Quickly, make for the door. Heart of Tubasa.
It seems to be working. I think not.
General, hold on! Huh?
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor. Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children. This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue,
or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
General?
Rip nerd.
Do not fail.
How noble and pointless.
Is everyone all right? What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Where is Y'shtola?
Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Limit should be here soon with word from Fano. We should hold our position here until she arrives. Different colors of green dye. Interesting. Almit, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods somewhere. Were there another means of exiting the temple, there is no question that we would know of it. But I fear that is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. Fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Lemoran soldiers and the children have fled Ymaya. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Fortunately, a number of the blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believe to be of their order was found lost in Ymaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fanau for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other blessed will not last long without an antidote. We must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the blessed at Silverbow. You and Urianger should return to Fanau and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Y'shtola? I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the blessed, whatever it takes. All right. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Come, Fluffy. Let's not Y'shtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fanal. Heavens forfend Runar. 'Twas he who forestalled the Ulmoran's procession, and in so doing afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Not very well. Groan. Runar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. The medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back to his cheeks. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. Shall minister him forthwith. I want blue-green dye. Restfully, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations.
Runar, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidotes to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
Ixmaya, in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
For certain, but it was she who secured the antidote.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya?
She fell in a hole.
No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time? Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. 'Tis never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
As she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind, as if from nowhere.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
Flow. The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Time to fetch her for you. I will require a suitable place to work. You must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the life stream. By we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the life stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Location that resonates with the life stream. You'll need to search the area marked on your map. Outsider, come from the village. How did you... Ah, Heimet spoke of you. An ally of Ronka, yes? Welcome to Bowrest. This outpost serves dual purposes. Here we keep watch for any who would intrude on our home, and also for beasts that would feed it. We must stay ever alert, so that our arrows strike true. Oh, what a sight. It is not often we see so vaunted a hero as yourself in this remote area. What do you need from me? Our new attire. Wonderful. Indeed, the fabric and design are everything Heimet made them out to be. This will aid us greatly. The leather is made from the skin of rails and is unsurpassed in quality. They are bestowed upon all who come of age and complete the rites. Particulars of said rites, well, best save that for another time, lest I give you nightmares. I did not expect an ally of Ronka to come to Bowrest. What brings you? Ah, of course, Heimet said someone would be delivering these to us. They are made specially for archers and will not impede our movements as stiffer material does. Every so often, invaders will come clad in steel from head to toe. However, their overconfidence makes them blind. Every defense has an opening, and that is where we take aim.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Y'shtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this?
Hooray!
Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved.
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Wouldn't have known where to start.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Enough. What a touching union that was. Fair brought a tear to the eye. But we both know such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. For long, it will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. Says the Archbringer of Chaos. Ah ha ha! Flattery will get you nowhere, my dear boy. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoinder. Okay. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now, we mustn't keep your friends waiting. Unless you have kept one for yourself, I see your deliveries are complete. Thank you. Although I told them you were coming, I imagine it was an entirely different thing to actually speak with you. It shall not be long until you are accepted as one of our own. May we work together again, ally of Ronka. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter the Kitana rabble, and put the Light Warden to the sword. Application received. What does that mean? Is that someone applying to the guild? With the Umorans gone, and your companion now returned, I think it best to go now before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxnir, the entrance to the Katana rabble should now be open. Before we leave, Oriansha, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay. Though we had but little time before the Umorans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Korra. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eater, which her late mother did espy, was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. We must navigate the Honorable and make for Raktika Falls. Though you see it as but another obstacle to be navigated, the Kitana Rabble is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightly yours as allies of Ronka. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every ilm of it, once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will still be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Head east, and you will find the path of azure flowers leading to the rabble. I wish you safe passage through its halls. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. You need not worry, Runar. I shall return, and bring with me a long-awaited gift, one the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Now, let us away. Lethe McGee Orkson, the esteemed guest of whom I have heard so much. My name is Leniel, Master of Rites. It is an honor to meet you. As I understand it, you'll soon be leaving to the Kitana Ravel. Is that right? Then the Emperor's wishes will soon be fulfilled. Comforting thought, for with each passing year, more and more of our hunters are lost to the Eaters. We were never a particularly fecund people. Now it is nigh impossible to sustain our numbers. But we will not be driven from our homes, our way of living. So long as the trees of the Great Wood stand, so too shall the V's. And to renew our union with the forest, we will be holding a small ceremony wherein we offer prayers to the gods. Would you honor us by serving as witness to this petition to the gods? Very good. I should mention the ceremony is not a formal affair. In fact, it can be quite lively. But for a hardened warrior such as you, it should prove no trouble at all. When you are ready, travel north to the Morning Stars and speak with my student, Fina. She will explain the rites. Congrats on your PvP mount. What business brings you to the Morning Stars? And you accepted. This is such an honor. Thank you for coming. Goodness, where are my manners? My name is Fina. A pleasure to meet you, and this is my sister. Suna, how do you do? Are you certain this is wise? I realize he is an ally of our people, but the ceremony is not meant for outsiders. Cannot go against Master Laniel's wishes. Besides, we may never again have such an opportunity. You insist. Now, let me tell you about the ceremony. As Master Laniel has likely already explained, we will renew our bond with the Great Wood through prayer. To ensure our prayers reach to the gods, however, we must first beseech the spirits of the forest for aid. Once summoned, we must prove ourselves worthy through combat. Only then will our prayers be delivered unto the heavens. As witness to the rites, it is up to you to do battle with the spirits. You are still willing, of course. Wonderful. This will be a ceremony to be remembered. Shall we begin then? Close your eyes, and we will attempt to draw forth a spirit with our prayers. O gods of the great wood, bringers of bounty and wisdom, we call to you now to renew our vows. For the strength to protect these lands, to be the shield that guards against the accursed light, we seek combat with your children, the spirits of the wood, to prove to you our worth. By the gods! Spirits are of opposing forces, fire and ice, a terrible omen. Our prayers are enough to suppress their strength, but we cannot cast them out alone. Please, you must strike them down before they wander off into the woods. Thank you for your help, but in light of what we have witnessed, I think it best we call off the ceremony for now. Spirits of opposing elements is the most dire of omens. The discord between them would prevent our prayers from reaching to the gods. And this would not have happened were he not here. We may try again on the morrow, but he cannot be allowed to attend. Sister, please, he is our guest, handpicked by Master Lenil. My apologies. It seems your attendance was not meant to be. Would you go and inform Master Lenil of what happened? You must remain here and clear the altar. So soon? What of the ceremony? Fire and ice. Thank goodness they were not hurt. It is never too late to begin the ceremony anew, but I fear the source of our troubles has not to do with the spirits. The ritual to which you bore witness requires no less than 2 petitioners to summon the spirit of the wood. They must be of one mind and one heart. Historically, it has always been blood relatives who were chosen. What you say is true, and not 1 but 2 spirits answered their call. It is a sign of disharmony between them. Until we discover its source, attempting the ritual again could prove disastrous. But I fear the others will not be forthcoming with information were I to press the subject. For our esteemed guest and ally of Ronka, on the other hand, I believe they would be willing to speak freely. Would you speak with the people of Fanau, and see if they know aught of any trouble between Fina and Suna? Okay. Fina and Suna. In all of Fanau, I can think of no one closer. 'Tis little wonder they were chosen to petition the spirits of the wood. In a sense, we consider all here to be family. The twins are said to have an especially powerful bond, which is why it has been so strange to see them argue in recent days. They have not been the same since the children and Ilmoran soldiers breached the border. Speak with Suna quite often, actually, about our history and duty to the late Emperor. We were once a nomadic people, or so the legends say, but Ymaya, in her boundless love, sought to bless us with a home, and so she appeared before the Emperor Ronka in a dream, and bade him allow us into his kingdom. That is how we found our home and our purpose. Suna is determined to protect both. Spoke with Fina not long ago. She heard that I was considering leaving for now and wished to talk. It is a decision not to be made lightly, for we may never return once we leave. But now that you and your companions are here, I feel our duty has been fulfilled. I understand the rooms must be protected from the children. What difference does one guard make? Fina shares my feelings on the matter and has also considered leaving. See, Fina yearns to explore the outside world, and Suna will remain hidden from it. For as long as I can remember, they were inseparable. Fina's mirthfulness tempered by Suna's pragmatism. I never realized such difference in principles could divide them so. We have finished with the altar. I gather you have apprised Master Lenil of what happened. We wish to apologize for... There is no need. However, were you to petition the spirits again, I suspect they would answer as they did before. It will not happen again, I swear it. Please say you will let us try again. Yes, let us try with one of our own and not this outsider. The summoning would have worked if not for him. Enough, Sunu. The problem lies not with our guests, but with you and your sister. You have been fighting over the future of Fanao, is that right? Family is not meant to agree on everything, but fail to respect your differences, and before long, you will have no family at all. What would become of Fanao if the others shared in your contempt for one another? You are to prepare for another petitioning of the spirits, and I expect you to come to terms before them. If the ritual is to succeed, you must find harmony. I apologize for burdening you further, but may I ask you to accompany them? Of course. We will make this work, I promise. I will leave you to your work then. I fear you have a long day ahead of you. Fluffy, once more I appoint you witness to the petition. But before there can be another ceremony, a new set of offerings must be made ready. An oblation of meats and fruits favored by the gods. Might I ask you to help with their preparations? Very good. The three of you together should finish in no time at all. When you have gathered what is required, you are to report back to me at once. I will go ahead and begin searching for fruits. I suppose I will hunt for meat, though it would be faster to handle this all myself. I never realized she had grown so cold. She has always been quite prideful and committed to protecting our traditions. I understand her reservations about permitting outsiders into our woods, but to be so unwelcoming even to allies of Ronka, for whom we have waited all these years, it concerns me greatly. Meanwhile, Fina seems more than willing to be the perfect host, but now I wonder if her enthusiasm is genuine. With what you have learned from the others, perhaps now you can get through to Fina and Suna. Convince them to speak of their troubles. Suna is by far the most stubborn of the two. Reach her with your words, and Fina will open up to you before long. Again, she chooses you as witness. Well, let us get this over with. We required the meat of blue stags for the offering. 3 stags should supply us with enough, I think. If you can handle that, I will gather the rest. Well. Not bad. Perhaps you are worthy of the others' praise. You were not quite as fast as my bow, though after all of my training, I would be surprised if you were. All that training. Pride for Fanau. Protect the runes. Growing up, I believed we would always be able to defend these woods on our own, but now... Never mind. Could you go and check on Fine? I will see if there is aught else worth hunting. There you are. Tigatsuno's turned you away. Well, you are more than welcome here. I'm having trouble finding suitable mushrooms for the offering. If you bring me 3, I would be forever grateful. Forever grateful for a couple of mushrooms seems a little bit overkill, but were you able to find anything promising? Yes, these will do nicely, thank you. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I could work alongside one from outside the Greatswood. Yet here you are. Now I cannot help but wondering, what if the future of Fanau lies beyond our borders? captain of your Crystarium is Vis, yet those who leave our village are never to return. She is proof they may yet go on to do great things. We could reach out to them, allow them to go freely between here and their new homes. Perhaps even establish new settlements. The Vis would thrive, and the future for now would be secure. That is how I wish to honor our duty to His Eminence, by finding our sisters who left the Great Wood. But that also means leaving behind Sina. Oh, how I wish she would understand. I think it is time I talked with her. Ah! Sina, she's in trouble. You. Of course it would be you. Now the beasts are gone. No matter, I will find another. Suna, no. This is all my fault. When he and his comrades first arrived in Fana, I was elated. Everyone was. It was a chance to learn about the world beyond the Great Wood. But I never stopped to consider your feelings. What you might think if you left for now. I've always known of your desire to see the outside world. I've only myself to blame for not voicing my concerns. Times have changed. With your arrival, the greatest of our duties to the late Emperor has been fulfilled. Runes still require our protection, but perhaps we can find another way, one that does not require we sacrifice our freedom. It would be selfish of me to deny you your dreams for the sake of tradition. You would not be the first, nor the last, to leave for now. No matter where you go, we will always be family. Oh, Suna. We're not your only allies outside for now. What does he mean by this, sister? You are incredibly talented, and you will make a fine member of the Guard someday. We are not all suited for such duty, and those that are grow fewer and fewer. We need help, sister, to these who now lead lives beyond the Great Wood. And you would find them for us? Then I would make of Fanau a village that welcomes them home with open arms, which is a chance to prosper as we once did before the flood, to ensure we carry on the legacy of our forebears. We must seize it, sister, together. I know not what to say. A word of thanks, perhaps, to our friend here. If not for him, we would still be at odds. Why, you almost sound sincere, sister. You're done with your jokes. We should be heading back. Anil will be worried. Izamalu. Kading, kading, Izamalu, kadoo. Now that you have the offering, it is time we talked. No need, Master Lemmy. Mina and I are fine. Better than fine. Change has come quickly to Fennel, and we allowed it to divide us when we should have embraced it together. We have learned from our mistake and come to understand that. Though we walk different paths, our goal is the same. That is all that matters in the end. Well, it is certainly good to see you two are back to your old selves. Well, we did have a little help. It is time, Fluffy. Fina and I will make ready for the ritual. Meet with us at the morning stars when you are ready. Feel the ether flowing through the door. Gentle push may be all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on guard, Fluffy. We know not what awaits us inside. More owl statues. The hell is that guy? This squealy thing. The bat squatch. This is the place. The Raktika Falls. Wow. Yeah. Oops. This guy get over here. Whee! Interesting. Leveled up. Right. Address.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have.
His condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though he shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. He must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Angé? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown, boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Well fought. Let us return home. The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments, but whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen.
This
According to
suplex
Alma,
is pretty
this
excellent.
sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these
Suplex,
murals
but,
commemorate, I wonder?
I don't know, drop kick.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I would quit this place, and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Ah, there is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
Perhaps. That was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I had hoped. Do you suppose there is any truth in Emmett Selch's claims? Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Selch included. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fana, and make certain of the Ilmoran's withdrawal. After that, Slitherbow. Blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Let us begin. Back to the twin ritual. O spirits of the wood, hear us. We seek to renew our vow to the gods of the great wood. For the strength to protect these lands, to be the shield that guards against the accursed light, we demand trial by combat to prove our worth. To Oxshar, keeper of the winds, to Oxgator, keeper of flames, to Oxlachwa, bringer of rain, to Oxanpa, bringer of the harvest, we beseech you, spirits of the wood, hear our prayers and deliver them. Spirit of lightning, spirit born of wind and rain, whose spark brings fire, and from the ashes may come a rich harvest. Our prayers will reach, sister, there can be no doubt. As witness to our petition, we task you now with slaying the spirit. Go forth and see our prayers delivered to the heavens. Spirit is slain. You did it. Best I had my doubts at first, but you performed your duty admirably. Would you go and relay the good news to Master Linnea? We will be along shortly. Were returned, and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single Sin-Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so too did our hope that the ruins we had devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries. With your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Vis, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Kitana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but do our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbow shortly after you set out. He would return to the Knights Blessed. We will not keep you any longer. I suspect that they would be glad of your company. Thank you, Aunt. I look forward to a day when we might share a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Rome. We will await your return. Suna, I take it you were successful this time. Yes, Master Linnea. Everything is as it should be. Though we see the world through different eyes, it does not change how we feel about the Great Wood. In matters concerning Fana, we are of one heart and one mind. And it is by the strength of your kinship that the Vis shall be blessed for years to come. As you know all too well, the fulfillment of our duty to the allies of Ronka has necessitated change, and no few of our number feel uncertain of the future. But I believe we have found the answer to our woes, the means by which we may see Fanel thrive once more. For centuries we have trusted none save our own, and that will prove our downfall. For none can survive in this world alone, not even the guardians of Imaya. There is much to be gained from opening our doors to the outside world, and your presence in Fanao has proven that. On behalf of all the Vis, you have our humblest thanks. As for you two, I expect great things of you in the future. Thank you, Master Lenil. We will not disappoint you. Mina has decided to venture out into the world to find more of our fellow Vis who might be willing to return home. Suna has pledged to protect Fanao and help make our village a place where they will feel welcome. Two paths to the same goal. Still, I will miss you dearly when you are gone. But I have yet to even decide where I will go, sister. There is still time for us to be together. Great Serpent of Ronka! Oh man. Fluffy, could not have come at a better time. Suna and I have been given leave to explore beyond the borders of Umaya. As we know nothing of what lies past the borders of the Great Wood, I suggested she visit somewhere close to home, Slitherbow. For us to go alone would likely incite panic. In your company, however, they might be at ease. I apologize for this abrupt request, but we would be most grateful if you could introduce us to the people there. Then it is settled. We will await you at the Wild Feet, near the entrance to Slitherbow. You know these two. Would you mind? Wahahaha. We've been expecting you, Fluffy. Your coming was foretold in the Gospel of Gwynfort. Great Serpent speaks to me once more of azure flowers, sacred temples, and secrets engraved on an ancient tablet. A calamity is upon us, friend, and our divine protector would see it averted once more. He was hell's-bent on coming here, and somehow dragged me along with him, though I wasn't exactly inclined to stay behind, seeing as how his visions have been right before. Do you know anything of this talk of visions and calamities? Calamity, yes. It can only be avoided with the guidance of the Great Serpent. Have you seen it? You do not know this Great Serpent, but if it's snakes you seek, you will find them along the banks of Muriel's Regret. Yes, it makes sense it would be near one. After all, it was at Lake Tusi, Mekta, that we first met. Oh, Great Serpent, your servant comes for you. Wait, it's not safe to go alone in these woods. I apologize for his unusual behavior. He means well. Perhaps, but such recklessness can prove fatal. Fluffy, would you go and make sure they are safe? While you see to them, I will take this one to Fanau. I'm glad to see you are unharmed, Great Serpent. Scream! You refused to leave without that thing. I presume this is the Great Serpent he was looking for. I beseech you, give me a sign. What calamity would threaten the forest? You should return to Fanau and consult Master Lenil. She will know how to handle this. Wait, oh Great One. This ground is not fit for you to slither upon. Allow me to carry you. bring with them 2 guests from Slytherin. Very well, let us see what they have to say. This is the Great Serpent. Scream! Most fortuitous turn of events. This gift you speak of is not unknown to us, though it is rare. A child of Fenno, born with such a gift, would be appointed Keeper of Whispers. It would be most unwise to ignore this vision. Keeper of Whispers, yes, I rather like that title. He also spoke of a monstrous snake in the lake to the west. Perhaps he meant the legend of Lozatl, its battle with the winged serpent. There are a number of tablets in the Great Pyramid of Uxnir which tell of such tales. The one we seek may be among them. However, only the Emperor, or one of sufficient status, may pass through those hallowed halls. As bearer of the Seal of Ronka, you have been granted leave to enter. If you would bring me the tablet, I can decipher its writings. Might I accompany him? Not inside, of course, but close enough to see the temples I have beheld in my visions. We can escort you, but must not run off as you did before. You cannot read its script. You see the image of a Namazu is engraved on the tablet. This likely has nothing to do with the Great Serpent. When I read its script, you see the image of a snake engraved on this tablet. Tuck it away in your clothing for safekeeping. Though you cannot read its script, you see the image of Curl is engraved on the tablet. This likely has nothing to do with the Great Serpent. The tablet. You found it. Come, I would know what secrets it hides. What's that? How did you fare in the Great Pyramid? Yes, this is indeed the tablet we were looking for. A moment while I pore over its writings. Thank you for your patience. I had finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were informative. By the Emperor's command, the stone giant Lozatl did crash with the serpent. Battle raged for many days and many nights, and finally the ancient guardian stood triumphant. The dreaded snake was sealed in an immense jewel, its true name never to be uttered again. The years spent in slumber quelled its rage, and the seething ire it once exuded became a benign aura. Man came to worship the jewel, and thus the great destroyer became the great protector of the wood. After the great sealing, the emperor commanded his fiercest sentinels to the east to keep guard of the great pyramid of Uxnir. To the west, he sent his priests who would watch over the slumbering serpent from the covered halls of Dwat. Together they would protect the empire, and so did it thrive. Alas, in a strange twist of fate, the temple to the west would be submerged beneath the waters of Lake Tusimekta, its priests drowned. Lamenting their loss, the great protector thrashed and writhed within the great jewel, stirring the power of the earth, causing the trees to grow ever thicker, ever greener. The guards of the pyramid would become guardians of an ever-expanding forest. And the V's have remained here all this time. Incredible! But Master Lenil, were there really protectors other than us in the Great Wood? I cannot say for certain, but this is not the first time I have read such claims in our ancient texts. Can you imagine it? 2 tribes protecting the whole of Raktika. Even assuming they existed, we would have no way of tracing their lineage. But I do not think these priests are who we were meant to find. For one who shares their gift and reverence for Ronka now stands before us. We would be honored to work alongside you in protecting Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. It would be an honor, but I fear I am not worthy of such a position. It is not a question of worthiness. It matters only that you are willing. And when the time comes, I intend to leave and search for our V's sisters, who would join us. Perhaps this is the calamity my visions foretold. The plight of your people. The growing reality that Ronka's history may one day be lost to time. The Great Serpent has chosen me to be your savior, a new keeper of whispers to protect and serve the Great Wood. Speaking of which, where did the snake go? It was here but a moment ago. Return to slumber, no doubt. But should the Great Serpent have need of us again, I will be here waiting, listening. If his head weren't in the clouds, he might notice. I don't suppose you'd be willing to take it with you before he comes to his senses. So long as it remains here, I'm afraid he'll be convinced a calamity looms around every corner. Scream! Go on, take it. If all that stuff about the Great Serpent is true, we'll still have his visions to warn us of danger. It would seem friends of Fanau can be found closer to us than I dared hope. We'll consult our chieftainess, that we may formalize an alliance with Slitherbow. An alliance, yes. We will protect Raktika as they did in the days of the Empire. Villages of the east and west working together as one. Tiny snake worm.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say, but please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Okay. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victories at Raktika Falls, I fear they prove true, so I must share them with you. Hell yeah. From the first, when we met at Portico, your ether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, danger to you grows greater. Greater, perhaps, than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry, before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join. took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. With the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall I be off then? Art thou certain this is best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Montoya's name as my own. But pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. All my gear. I only have one modern piece. Where did I leave my class quest? Same eliminate. Maybe they were in Ilmeg. Exemplary timing, Fluffy. It was not more than a moment ago that Branson returned, having at last obliged my humble request. Humble request my arse. This one's no better than a Yulmoran aristocrat, so accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Ere you continue and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Fine. Fluffy said he saw a vision of you and Brandon, looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died a century ago, together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Dickyosine, yet aye. But unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of old Vobert. He's been killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? What irony. Even in death, he remains a slave to duty. A knight brave and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge. I see. Truly you have suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Dickyosine is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm. I could barely wield a sword, and now I've got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. Just tell us where the goddamn ring is, and we'll be on our way. This is how it has to be, Who you have to be? Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much. In exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me, you little shite? Tell me what I want to know, or I'll beat it out of you. Back off, Fluffy. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you would be so kind as to join me in Lihigya. I said better have a point. It's beautiful, even now. Palace of Forgotten Dreams. But before it was Lihigya, in the time of Obert, it was Grunnis Lich. Memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time, when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight, who had only just won his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Saldia, chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced, and was unable to keep her safe, when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter he quit Fobert. I thought I would never see him again. But then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventurers, led by a man named Arbert, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Lady Saldia was overjoyed, and for a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew even closer. And then came the day when we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage Tadric. Him, Brandon. Sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. It's you, Tadric. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. For what? Brandon. After I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Saldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I have killed you and your friends, there will be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Lord Tadric, it hurts. Soon you shall know no more pain. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I have to take my time. What happened? Of the flaws. No escape, Tadrak. Surrender. Much longer can we hold the line? Oh, whoops. Damn it. Mega Shiva is pretty tempting. How much does it cost? Meddlesome wretch. This kingdom is by rights mine. Brandon, what is the meaning of this? Tadric, you... But why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I'm no servant. No servant. Not of your mother or father or you. My lady. Damn. Get owned. God damn you. Isaldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear, brave Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows, even now? Now and ever after, my lady. My sword is yours to command. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, for the good of Vobert and her people. No, 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 I cannot, I will not. Honor your vows to your kingdom, to your princess. Whoa. To your friend, who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. What is this person? We've rounded up the rest of Talger's co-conspirators and tossed them in the Gal. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. will not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Well, you saw what happened. Wicked White. She begged him to do it, like Melinda. Come, let us quit this place and return to Pliny. Think end of the day, a mount is probably not worth $17, but if you want to treat yourself, treat yourself. You know, I entered into the royal family service many long years ago. Because when I was attacked by a wild beast, which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid, for there is naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, when she would want for me what she should want for me and her kingdom, for Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. For me, to define oneself in opposition to the other, an other bereft of complexity of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there is comfort and certainty in hatred. But it is a false and fleeting comfort, bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are, about what we must be, what we must do, and never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves, nor who it cuts. I think I need a moment. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Fluffy. All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alphino and Alcé have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Alphino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've brought word of the warden hiding in Raktika. On a nice hike. Found and slain, you say. Should have known. Gilmore has been has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrent to defend them. I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Great Wood. Speaking of Ilmor, what came of your meeting with Lothric? Yes, about that. It proved to be Erg. Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt, you all are tired as well. Having traveled so far, why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? Thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the Warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. Settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. I mean, I guess it's really like, what value will you get out of it? It is a little Sheba, big Sheba, which is pretty good. But chances are, like, except for a while to show it off, it won't really be like the amount, you know? So is it worth adding another number to your list? Welcome back, sir. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it. The room has been made ready. You'd care to retire? Very good. I pray you sound sleep and pleasant dreams. Ooh. Punching my microphone.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
Then I suppose there's naught to do but rest. What was the second one you got?
Ah, yes. They're not asking you to fight, they're telling you to rest. Which isn't to say they're wrong. You'll need your strength for what's to come.
The island. I don't even know what that means.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Heidelin being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing?
Giant eggplant is pretty good.
Are we just slaves to her will? Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Meanwhile, in Garlemald, snowing.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend.
For a snuggle?
I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
Me to the past. I suspected that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. Entire host of Sin Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Yes, I thought you might feel that way. I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. You must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents. But you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The Exedra tends to become a point of congregation in times of crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you would offer succor to those there. I think I'm gonna call it here for tonight. I've been sleepy. Probably got some kind of sickness in me. Are you leaving? When are you leaving? You said just like 2 days ago, but I don't pay that close attention. Alright. Okay. Well. I probably won't be seeing you for, what, 2 weeks? 1 week? How long are you gone? Right. Well, I hope you have fun. Honestly, I kind of doubt I'll be done, but I'll keep plugging away at it. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll have a funny little AI man who talks to me while I play. Will do, will do. Have a good night. Nice flight and fun seeing all the... I'm assuming you're just going to be in Tokyo, but regardless.